semi-final action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena, from Italy, Jannik Sinner, and his opponent from Serbia, Novak Djokovic.
Welcome to the Rod Laver Arena and welcome to the second instalment of what promises to be a pretty historic day here in Melbourne. A quite phenomenal opening semi-final. An incredible amount of twists and turns along the way before Alcaraz secures his first ever spot in the final in Melbourne. And a couple of players tonight that not only know each other well, but have also found the code to win in Melbourne. Sinner a couple of times, the man in front of you on 10 occasions. He is a perfect 10-0 in finals, and he would dearly love to get through to his 11th. It's been an interesting route through for differing reasons for both of these two incredible players.
Samuel. Hi. Right, so gentlemen, after the coin toss, there's going to be a picture, please, behind. I called the net myself. 25 seconds between points, you know where the clocks are. We have live ELC, we have VR. You cannot challenge foot fault, you cannot challenge the ball hitting the net on serve, and you cannot challenge time violation and cut violation, all right? Towel, you have white, and you have blue, all right? Any questions? He has white. He has blue, and you have white, on the box, okay? Any questions? No?
Towels, 5 white towels.
Yes. Same for you. It's going to be your choice. We have AO or Mark and Munson. AO. Here we go. Mark and Munson.
I serve.
Serve.
This side.
This side is good. Picture, please.
Might feel a little strange that Sinner's decided to serve first against the greatest ever returner, but in the last 4 meetings he has been spectacularly good in defending his serve against Djokovic. It will be an interesting tussle straight up tonight as he looks to lock horns once again with Djokovic. Delighted to say John Fitzgerald is with me tonight. John, just quickly, a few reflections on that opening semi-final.
Well, you don't see classics like that too often. We overuse that terminology sometimes, but today was a true one. A lot of guts, a lot of determination, a lot of resilience from both sides. It could have gone either way. In the end, really, for me, it was a flick of the coin. And Alcaraz came out on top. What a memorable semi-final.
Certainly was. It was everything that you love about this sport. Makes you realize why these guys invest so much in it in terms of the sacrifices they've made. I touched on it, Fitzy. It's been an interesting route through this particular tournament for Djokovic.
Look, it has, and especially in the middle of the tournament. He's had a bit of luck. He's played some good tennis and some probably not so good by his lofty standards. So it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with tonight. He's also had issues with his foot. We've seen that. So there's a bit of an unknown at this level, or at this stage with Novak, I think. But no one can ever forget his history. You cannot and will not forget his history ever in this game. So he's capable of anything, anytime. We all know that. And I guess on paper tonight he possibly doesn't start favourite against Sinner, but 5 sets is a long way.
As we showed in the first semi-final, there is much that can happen as you take a look through the route through. The one against Baziri, of course, was the massive get-out-of-jail card. The getaway car had its engine running in that one. The roof got shut, and he got out. Brutally hot day against Baziri. The cramps were evident, but the heat rule came into effect, gave him the reprieve that he needed, and getting through that one, he has looked very solid subsequent to that against Dallery, and particularly against the dangerous American Ben Shelton. Has a good record against Shelton, of course, and incidentally a very good record in recent times against Djokovic. He's won his last 5. He would be the first player ever, Fitzy, to win 6 consecutive matches against Djokovic.
Well, that alone is worth mentioning, isn't it? Look, he's a younger bull. Maybe this is the old bull and the young bull tonight, and they won't give an inch. They both want to win, the competitors that they are. He's an intimidating figure, isn't he, Novak? But this young man is just full of so much promise and future.
One minute.
Final few moments. And delighted to say in the final few moments we do have an opportunity to speak to Sinner's coach, Darren Cahill. Mark Petchey here. Darren, obviously everybody wants to know how Jannik is feeling given his route through to this stage of the tournament.
Hey, Mark and John. He's feeling good. He's gotten through a couple of matches since we had that real big scare with the heat and then the roof closure, and so he's had about 5 or 6 days since then to recover. I think the way he played in the last couple of matches brings us a lot of confidence, but he's playing the benchmark tonight, isn't he, against Novak? So everything we do as athletes and training Jannik sort of can benchmark that towards Novak and what he's done his whole career, and you have to bring your very best against him, and I know that Jannik is really looking forward to this match tonight.
Darren Fitzy here. Look, do you approach Novak any differently? Surely you must. Maybe you'll tell me you won't, but compared to the other players he goes against, I mean, there's legend here on the court with Jannik tonight. So what goes through your mind and Jannik's?
Oh, look, very differently, and you're right, Fitzy, it is legend here, so you have to bring your very best from the first point. Novak can manage his way through a 5-set match better than anyone, and some of the stuff that Novak did early when they played really gave Jannik a lot of trouble, and that's especially with Novak's back end down the line. He normally would take it pretty early in the point and get it nice and deep, and then hope to get something short to jump on with his forehand. And I think Jannik is now a better defender. He's gotten better in that area, but he has to make sure that he's playing offensive tennis from the first point.
Darren, we're going to let you go. They're about to get underway. Good luck tonight. Thanks for your insights.
First set.
Electricity in the air. It is the King of Melbourne versus the heir apparent.
Ready? Play.
We're going to go strong with our first stat of the night. Look at this. Last 4 meetings, 61 service games, and Novak has only broken a couple of times. Last 4 matches against Sinner, he is at 3% in terms of return games won versus a career average of 32. It's incredible. Only one other match in the course of his career has he not been able to break an opponent at a Grand Slam after that loss against Sinner in Australia in 24, and that was against Leighton Hewitt back in 2006. Didn't create a breakpoint opportunity against Sinner here in Australia in 24. Did have 5 against Hewitt. And it does speak to the improvements that Jannik has made in that particular department. Modifications to the actual service motion, but also behind the serve with his +1 shot.
Again, Sinner. First game.
Simone Vagnozzi in the front row alongside Darren have done an incredible job guiding Sinner. It's not easy when you're working with somebody whose aspirations and ambitions are so big. 4 majors already, of course, for him. And to repeat, Fitzy, is arguably one of the hardest things to do in the world. That's what makes Novak's successes down here in Melbourne and across the globe so impressive, that at this age of 38, he is still seemingly as hungry as he is. A 5th consecutive semi at a major.
Hard to believe. Yeah. Look, the records
Novak Djokovic
on this court are phenomenal. Most of us don't see it humanly possible.
Interesting to see what Novak tries to bring to this particular contest tonight that was different, particularly at Wimbledon. Looking for his 38th final at the majors. Sinner very quick in the Wimbledon semi-final to take the ball down the line in their ground stroke exchanges. Good depth from Novak in that opening point on his own serve. Let's just see whether Sinner continues with that kind of play that we saw at SW19.
Final.
Sinner's first step is extraordinary. I mean, there was a big gap there. Novak doesn't hit a bad approach. I mean, he hammers this, maybe not quite wide enough, but the first step from Sinner and the balance didn't look like missing that.
Everyone's mileage is different when you get to this stage of the tournament. Some can be more time on court. Has been an hour and a half roughly for Sinner, longer than Novak to this stage. But it has been the sporadic amount of tennis, really, that's been the difference maker here for Novak. The withdrawal of Menchik in the round of 16s, the retirement from Musetti when he was leading by 2 sets to love.
He's missed 3 pretty easy, straightforward forehands in that first game. That's not a good sign.
And usually there is this kind of rhythm to a run through a major. And it just hasn't really been there for him. And because he's been playing a slightly lighter schedule, which maybe lends itself to the reason that he has such a significant blister on that right foot, is also causing some of that sporadic play that we're just not used to seeing. As much as he talked about the fact that his body was beaten up in the 4 majors pretty much when he last year made it incredibly through to that stage. He's almost undercooked coming into this one.
Well, the 4 forehands he's now missed haven't been by a small margin. That worries me. He's a bit off balance. It's the third time I've seen that imbalance in his stance, and that one's halfway down the net. So not going at full pace yet, Novak.
Apart from the physical upside of playing in cooler conditions for Jannik, I think he'll also feel as though it gives him an advantage in the weight department. He is such a big hitter off both sides.
Yeah, the sound off his strings is a little different than most, isn't it? You can hear the racket head speed. You hear it with Alcaraz too. Ball comes out of the middle, it makes a different type of sound. And it's on the opponent very quickly.
It's a fast start for Sinner, and he puts 3 quick games on the board.
Sinner leads 3 games to love.
A bit to think about already for Novak as we head backstage with the man of the moment, Carlos Alcaraz, Alvaro, his brother, and well, he'll be feeling pretty good about life right now that he's managed to somehow get out of jail. As much as he loves golf, I don't think he's taking that golf cart to the golf course after what he's just been through. Or maybe he's built different.
Obviously he likes to be in the driver's seat.
Like it. He wasn't driving.
I just hope he doesn't drive like his forehand.
He does like to drive fast. I know that for a fact, so put your seatbelt on. Novak really the prototype, wasn't he, of the open stance backhand aggressive defense, and we've seen his protege already tonight produce a very special one.
Well, that's more like a regular Novak forehand when he gets opponents off the court and then goes down the line looking to move in.
He's just half a step slow. He's talked about the fact that he got Mark Kovacs in to help with him physically in mid-year last year, but also for about 8-9 days in Athens, where he lives to try and help him kind of offset what he feels is a little deficit there. But this is more about the fact that he just doesn't look sharp than anything else. And a cool night, a little bit of a diesel start here for the 10-time champion. Maybe just warming up. brilliant. Set up as though he was going to crush a backhand. It was a mere illusion.
30 all.
Set the tone here, Jannik.
30, 14.
Yeah. I know it's early, but it looks a bit ominous, doesn't it? He looks sharp as a tack, Sinner. Not so for Novak yet.
Yes.
Big save. And this is what Djokovic does at times when he's trying to just upset his opponent's rhythm. He is backed into the service position super quick.
Advantage, Djokovic. Yes.
Well, it says that serve was 152. It didn't feel that big, did it? And
Return was almost a similar pace.
yeah, dispatched that with a bit of disdain.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Well, he got the message off the return previously from Sinner on that side that he needed to do something a little bit better, and he excels with that second serve. 181 tattooed onto the line, and the first game on the board for Djokovic. Yeah, and his physio, Charlie Gomez, who's a big supporter and has been for many years now for Djokovic.
Wait, please. Take your seat quickly, please, behind the players. Thank you. 50-love.
So they did something last year that not even Djokovic has done before, and that was top the list in terms of service games won and return games won.
I think that means you're winning a lot of matches.
30-love.
It does when you excel in the two most important categories that we have in tennis, you're right.
I get the feeling that Jannik enjoys serving against a right-hander again. Against Shelton, I felt like he was a tiny bit out of sorts at the beginning till he settled down. The different angles. Here he looks very comfortable. Good early return. I think Novak probably has that in his game plan, I would imagine, when he can try to step in on that second serve and rush Sinner. Looks a bit ominous when they get involved in a longer rally. A few short ones early might be beneficial.
Had a tough day against Musetti on the overhead. Much improved tonight. And I wonder if that's why I had a little wry smile.
He enjoyed that, I think. Not an easy one, this one.
He liked that.
Found his rhythm. That was a classic Djokovic point there.
30-40.
He needs this accuracy down the line with the forehand and finds it. Beautiful shot.
To jump so high off the court, even on the other one, on the deuce point that Djokovic turned around in his favor. You can just see Novak not often having to get both feet off the ground to return a second serve. Gonna have to kind of wander around perhaps to find the perfect place and location to return this second serve as we build towards Championship Sunday here in Melbourne.
Advantage, Sinner. against, you know.
Big difference between the two in terms of the quality of first serves at the moment and the amount that are coming back. It is advantage Sinner 4-1. Bit of a test. He's come through it very nicely, courtesy of a second serve that Djokovic didn't put back into play. And in terms of winning second serve points, he was the best on tour last year. Sinner, not often because of the fact that his opponents don't return it, but what he does right after it. How low he stays right at the end of range.
If you isolate your vision on Sinner when he moves, you notice that. If you follow the flight of the ball, you don't see it as much. If you just watch his body and how he moves, it's incredibly crouched in his position. Strength in the upper thighs.
It's been a fantastic 3 weeks for Melbourne and for the Australian Open. Innovations galore in the opening week prior to the main draw getting underway that were just a huge success. The 1-point slam was something else. Here to stay, no doubt about that. Is Novak here to stay until Sunday? He has become Mr. Sunday for so many years here in Melbourne. That's a big help because at the moment he's been struggling to get 3 points with that first delivery. Has Djokovic. Look at that. That one going in means it's 18% unreturned. Sinner, a very healthy 60%. A lot of less work, less ground strokes, less things than can go wrong when you're serving as well as the Italian is right now.
You
get the sense that he's established his presence in this opening set now.
Yes, you do. He seemed a little bit at sea early, slow start, but now back into some rhythm.
Novak having to rapidly go through his repertoire of second serves here. Quick ones, slow ones, slice ones into the body. You don't often see that from him. That was sweet.
Well, he can hit winners from anywhere in the court, can't he, with that spin, the angle he creates.
kind of terrifying. If you're Novak in this position where you're just drifting into the backhand side, you feel as though you're pretty neutral in the rally. And he's just left you for dust.
Yeah, you think you're at least going to get your racket face on the next ball.
Oh. Game, Djokovic. Sinner leads 4-2.
It's lost along the way. Simone Vagnozzi, of course, who works alongside Darren Cahill, and what a beautiful tandem they've been. That he coached Marco Cecchinato up until a ranking of 16 in the world, did Simone, and of course made the semi-finals of Roland Garros, did Jannik's fellow Italian in 2018, including a famous win over Jannik's opponent tonight along the way. It was perhaps an unfair sort of presumption from a lot of people that Simone had come in because Jannik wanted a little bit more control of everything. But let's not forget that Vagnozzi was the voted the best coach in Italy back in 2018 after his work with Marco. He was a well-respected coach.
Well, the ability here to make a split-second decision. He's running forward, and
30-11.
As he's running forward, he's preparing to hit the ball here. Sinner has to change to the backhand wing and waits for Djokovic to move to his left. And he's still capable of squeezing that down the line in a small area.
It's just too good. What a reply from Sinner. Carved under that like he's carving through this opening set.
40-11.
Yeah, speed of foot to get him there early enough to have some options. Just regrips the forehand into a drop shot mode and feathers that across court. Great skill.
Let for service. Game, Sinner. New balls, please.
Continues to roll through his service games very nicely.
Sinner leads
5-2.
5-2.
And I think Fitzy, any lingering doubts that anyone had about how he's recovered after that match against Sposiri are firmly being put to bed tonight. He looks fresh and he looks sharp.
Oh yeah, and he's had two matches in the meantime. So he might have been pretty stiff and sore the first one. Second one probably a little better, but tonight he just looks normal. Moving quickly, balanced well. And you can see he automatically, subconsciously uses the strength in his legs to keep so low when he moves. And his first step tonight is, it's obvious how quick it is.
Time.
Fascinating city and a fascinating head-to-head. It was quite incredible how it all turned around. Of course, Novak was leading 4-1 in the head-to-head against Sinner until the Davis Cup in November of 2023. Looked as though he was going to go 5-1 up when he was up in the third set, 5-4. Love 40 on Sinner's serve, 3 match points in a row. Didn't get it done. Sinner gets the win, and then since then, of course, it has been all Jannik in their head-to-head. It's the one set won by Djokovic in that time, and of course it was in that 2024 semi-final where he nabbed the third set on the breaker. Sinner did have a match point in that third set. Just hasn't been able to really recover after that indifferent start. Since then they've been equals. One man that hasn't been indifferent today is Wally Masur, who has been magnificent on comms in the previous match, and I think you've just had a little rest, haven't you, Wally? You're back with us.
I just had a couple of drumsticks, Petch. Not chicken drumsticks, of the ice cream variety, so I'm fresh and I'm ready to go. I was just standing in the entrance watching Jannik go about his business, and it's just ferocious. He just throws his racket with such confidence at everything. It's quite incredible.
Sinner leads 5 against 3.
Spoke briefly to Darren Cahill before this match and just sort of, you know, what do you think? What do you think? And he says, well, Novak just has a great way of making you feel uncomfortable.
Jannik has done a good job of making Novak a little uncertain on return, which has never really been the case for Novak. 65 return games. He's only now broken him a couple of times in that period, which is just remarkable.
Arguably the best returner you've seen.
For sure.
Novak.
It's not even an argument.
So to make him uncomfortable on his returns needs some special serving, doesn't it?
Absolutely majestic.
Love.
Superb point here from Djokovic, and yet Sinner just finding the right shot at the right time.
Well, you can approach down the line against a lot of players, but the returning is so good now and the defensive skills out of the backhand corner, it needs weight of shot to give you the upper hand in the rally. That's what Sinner has.
40-11. Please, ladies and gentlemen, switch off your mobile phone. Thank you.
Triple set point.
Sinner.
That is some elite tennis from Sinner in that service game. Untouchable at the moment, 6-3.
6 against the strike.
Well, there's some better serving from Novak after the early break. Always tough to recover that against Jannik Sinner, and he'll be hoping that he's going to make a more promising start at the start of the second, getting a little bit more rhythm, perhaps just getting a little bit more used to the undeniable pace that Sinner brings to a tennis match. And even though the second serve percentage points won looks a little low for Jannik at 50%, of course he's only had to hit 4 in that opening set. And that was the first glimpse of what was about to come from Sinner in the opening 3 games. Flawless set of tennis from the world number 2. It's going to be interesting to see what Novak does here at the start of the second set. Of course, he was really one of the few players that forced Nadal into kind of changing his sort of strategy, changing his style of play, because Nadal's was so good against virtually everybody else. But it is incumbent here on Djokovic, after what we have witnessed in their previous 5 meetings, to try and do something a little bit different, because whatever he started with hasn't worked out. Opening 40 minutes belong to the Italian.
Well, the control and accuracy there shouldn't be underestimated. I mean, he lays the racket face open here, so he's prepared early. As he runs forward, he's prepared early, but look at the control and the accuracy there.
Well, that's an amazing shot, Fitzy, in real time. I mean, it's happening so quickly. He's got so much forward momentum.
Yep.
That's incredible.
Perfect height, length, and width.
Final. $30-15.
Well, this big crowd appreciates it, and so they should, and they deserve applause here, these two players. What athleticism. Great skill there. Wonderful balance from Novak. And by the way, I thought Jannik might get that one back over. Just caught that on the edge of the frame. Hustles it back, and Jannik just didn't open the face enough there. Great action.
Disappointment for Djokovic that drops in, but he's tortured many opponent over the year with that type of defense.
That's it.
It's not lost on anyone just how important this opening holder serve is for Djokovic. Which he claims. And there's no question since the opening sort of 10-15 minutes or so that he is matching Sinner on serve.
Second set.
And no sense tonight, Fitzy, at the moment that the foot is bothering him. He's obviously had the physio out in a couple of the matches that he's played. But right now, he looks as though he's moving as well as he needs to try and stay with Sinner as best he can. As the win predictor inevitably is swinging towards Sinner. The opening set so important in all of these great matchups that we have, the great rivalries in tennis. If you go back and look at how many of them were decided in the opening set, it is a phenomenal amount, given that you've got two athletes that are virtually identical, but the momentum that the opening set gives them is just substantial.
Well, I must admit, Petch, I thought in the first couple of games the foot may have been bothering Novak. I wasn't sure, obviously, but he was off balance for several forehands early. But he's put it to bed now in my thought process. He's still looking there like he's asking for a few solutions from the box. But he's moving normally, it seems, now.
Yeah, it looks great to me, no question about it. I was just about to say hats off to the physio or the trainer who taped his foot. They've done an amazing job because he is hitting the court hard, sliding.
That was better rhythm, better pace. Didn't feel as though Sinner had time to set and redirect. He's looking over for more help. Boris Bosnikovic is the man that is tasked to look after him. He was the head coach at Novak's Tennis Academy. He worked alongside the great Marian Vida back in 2010 and 11 with Novak. There's nothing you can do when your opponent is gluing the ball as tight to the lines with their first serve as Sinner is at the moment. Confirmation of the Italians' precision. That has got a fire up. That is going to be the fulcrum of his success tonight if he can get that forehand firing and into play. Alberto Ferrara at the back, physio for Jannik.
A couple of errors there on the forehand, but he's certainly hitting the ball a lot better than he did in his previous match. Novak, perfect conditions here. The other day when he played Musetti, a little breezy, he was really feeling for the ball, but I just think those errors come on the forehand because he's so desperate to up the pace. He's spinning out of that shot a little too early, his head's lifting.
You don't really feel you're going to get a problem with the ketchup and the mustard around here, do you?
No.
That wasn't something I'm sure that the Tennis Australia planned for. The condiments getting out of hand.
Love.
See how late he takes the left hand off the racket for the little drop shot back. Does that obviously even when he's deeper in the court. It's tough to read. There's more fire in the belly than there was against Musetti. That's no question about that. And when Novak does get into dialogue with his box, that is actually a good sign.
Love.
Quick hold. Gives him a little headspace to think about how he can get competitive against this Sinner serving. 2-1.
Djokovic leads 2-1.
And the serving has been spectacular. Novak over the years has turned his serve into one of the great spot servers, one of the great serves with accuracy, but Sinner in recent times, and there was a big difference between 23 and 24 for Jannik in terms of service holds and first serve points won, and this was one of the reasons the modifications on the serve have built it into one of the great deliveries, and these are very special numbers. Anything above 70% in terms of the accuracy and the tightness to the line on either side is fabulous. He is way above that. And even for Novak, that is difficult to get enough racket on the ball, enough weight behind the ball to send it back to Sinner.
Time.
Unquestionably the king of Melbourne. There's no doubt about that. Djokovic, 10 titles. But it is Sinner that has taken over in the last couple of years. Absolute epic with Medvedev, of course, in 24 before dispatching Zverev in the final last year. finding some space. And he's starting to move Sinner around his side of the court.
Love it in.
Just interesting watching Novak at the back of the court. When he's just so good when the ball's in his strike zone. And it's almost like Jannik standing toe-to-toe with him is not bothering him overly just at the minute. If it's between waist and chest height, he seems pretty fine. And that sort of width is going to do some damage. It was just interesting against Musetti, who played a lot of slice and a lot of heavy forehands. Novak spent a lot of time hitting balls below knee height and above shoulder height, and then Musetti was so deep in the court, he didn't seem to have the same targets that he was used to, so it was quite an unusual match. It's almost like he's finding some rhythm to a degree here against Jannik.
Touch.
Big few minutes coming up here for Djokovic. It's got to start making some inroads.
Touch on.
Eighth unanswerable serve from Sinner.
Well, I know he's trying to increase his versatility. I mean, he's spoken about it, Jannik. It seemed a strange time to play that. Well, it's not a low percentage shot, but it's with risk, more risk than going after a ground stroke. So, I find that a little interesting. Put himself into a dangerous spot here. Keep in mind, he hasn't lost too many serves of his to Novak in recent times.
Yes.
That was a tribute to the way that Novak's hit his forehand in the last 10 minutes or so, I think, because Jannik tried to lock Djokovic in the backhand corner there and eventually had to take the ball cross and try to go with such depth that he created an unforced error from his racket.
Has the control changing direction, though, from the Djokovic backhand? It's like a metronome, straight across and then hitting the more difficult one down the line with such precision.
Yes.
I think this serve's underrated.
Just got a little breeze too behind him. Fitzy is so common here. The wind coming from the south hits the back of the stadium, just trailing from behind Jannik. Just some nice assistance.
Certainly stepped it up. A different player than when he started the first set, Novak.
And that's the second time he's done that in this match, where he has really darted to his left to get his forehand into play. Usually against most players where he feels as though he can outlast them, or he will eventually create an easier opportunity on his forehand. There, he was a little late getting there, but he knew it was imperative to do so.
Djokovic.
And he's elevated. There's no question about that. First set, his forehand pace was 133. Not many players out here, but we are looking at two tonight that have that seventh gear when they need it, and he is crunching his forehand up at 142 Ks. And generally, when you hit the ball harder, you get more depth as well. So that is a double win for Djokovic. And just his third break of the Sinner serve in 68 service games.
Players are ready, thank you.
Just seems a rare thing these days. If someone slices an approach and comes in, they're a sitting duck. The quality of these passes is quite extraordinary. With accuracy, the spin, that's just not going to cut the mustard, is it?
No, Fitzy, it's the pace they can hit it and then get it to dip inside the service box. I mean, it's an impossible volley, isn't it?
Love 30.
Sinner broken 6 times to this particular stage. On 3 of those occasions, he's managed to get the break straight back. And the boomerang break is on here for the Italian.
And just watching that final backhand from Sinner, I was just trying to think how many players would have had to play that one-handed. But he gets over there and hits with authority. Court must seem awfully small.
Does that boomerang break only happen down here?
Something special for you. It's got a patent on it in this part of the world. It's the rebound break everywhere else. Oh no, he's there. He's missed it wide. Can you believe it?
Gee,
Can you believe he can get there?
Such high level.
Well, he wasn't there until it actually clipped the tape from Novak and just carried. It would have been a cold winner otherwise. So Novak, it just clips the tape and skips a little. Surprised he missed it by such a distance.
Just like Sinner in the opening set, Djokovic plugging in the serves tight to the line. Perfect break point repellent from Djokovic. Big serves.
Yes.
Almost had too much time there. I think he was surprised that that ball came back in his hitting zone.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Gee, this will be a big hold if he can do this, Djokovic.
And the reaction for Djokovic tells you absolutely everything. He's been here so many times before, and he is feeling it. 4-1.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 1.
For all the spin race, for all the athleticism, for all the kind of speeds off the ground, that serve, and the serve is the most important thing. And he has found some special deliveries in that game to consolidate the break.
Time.
Yeah, but also, I know. No, you did well, but I'm saying, it's, when you play the games like this,
He's just getting a little soft warning there for time.
Yeah, soft warning. Not a real one yet.
Breaking the last game from Djokovic brought to an end. A 38 straight streak of service holds from Jannik since his match with Sposiri. Broken in the fourth game of the fourth set against Sposiri, but not since, until Djokovic managing to establish a little bit of dominance for the time being.
You loved how he transferred his weight on that return. Really leant on that forehand, didn't he, Novak?
Alejandro Reznikov is the man just sitting over the left shoulder of Simone in Jannik's box. Came on at the back end of last year. There he is in the back right. Was on the tour as a physio for about 15 years.
Faulty, good in.
It looks amazing when they make the return there from Jannik, but he's given up the line there. If you go back as the team get up and support, we'll listen in.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 2.
It's great tennis, mate. Keep the level. Awesome. Come on.
It has been great level as well, but when you look at that return, he's just playing the percentages there. He's giving Novak the line because that's the hardest shot to hit. It's over the higher part of the net, and it's just a lot harder. But when he serves him out wide, you see how many times Jannik's in position on the cross-court return, even when it's a rocket, because he's guessed, or he's, as he said, worked out that that is the more likely of the two returns.
Tell you what, that half volley he hit, though, that was an extraordinary shot. Half volley, squeezed it over the high part of the net. Amazing control.
It is because he is a pretty amazing player.
Lovely key.
And Novak finding the force of that one a little bit too quick.
Final.
Good shot there with a low camera angle. Just everything right around that waist to chest height for Novak. He's not minding it at the moment. Sinner unable to get it lower or higher. Well, I think we're just going to see maybe a few more unforced errors from Novak than we're used to, because he's really stepping up the pace. I mean, if it's there to hit, he's going after it. He knows that just consistent rallying is not going to get it done.
30 all.
Can Novak withstand the pressure again? Dug deep to get out of his previous service game, saving a couple of break points.
It seems strange to say, but in a lot of these rallies, just sitting on the side of the court, just watching the flight of the ball over the net, it's almost like there's a certain sameness to what Sinner's doing, and Novak's he's attuned to it. Everything is coming pretty much in his strike zone. The night air doesn't help. It's hard to get the ball to jump up off the court.
Lovely touch. He's got the dynamite. We've seen him pull the pin out on a number of ground strokes, and then he's got the delicacy as well to come up with this. It was a little bit telegraphed, but it was so good that Djokovic was out of court. There was something before that second serve, and I hope he hasn't hurt himself here or his shoulder or something, but he definitely just pulled up. And the second serve was nowhere near what he knows needs to be in terms of pace against Jannik. He wants help, he needs help.
Please.
I don't know if he's got pain relief, but he has certainly got scoreboard relief with just his second ace of the night.
He's on the edge a bit, though, isn't he? He's a bit edgy.
Yeah, I think Boris would be happy with that, to be honest. I think he'd rather see a little edgy Novak out there than a subdued one as he had in the quarterfinals.
He's putting some pressure on Boris, by the way. Gee, two amazing serves, though.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Whatever he's got is lingering, but he's lasered a couple of serves. Can he find a third one? Wow.
Again, Djokovic. New balls, please.
3 successive perfect darts. 5-2.
Djokovic leads 5.
One of the things that we've been looking at with Novak in this tournament that's been quite interesting as he gets a delivery on court has been just his success rate after losing the opening point. Last couple of serves, this game's, it's kind of gone against the trend. He's lifted that number. Coming into this particular tournament, he was this match, he was at 93% of service holds, 1 from 15 love, and he was down at 50% from love 15. But you can see here those last couple of service games where he's managed to hold on in particular have lifted that stat to 61 right now. Jannik a far more even kind of split in terms of service games won, whether he wins the opening point or loses it.
Time.
It's given his loyal Serbian fans a lot to cheer about in this second set so far, as Djokovic opening set went by in 38 minutes, 40 minutes in here, and he is right on the edge of perhaps leveling things up. He's done a great job of keeping Sinner at bay on those break points. He flirts with around 50% for this tournament in terms of break points that he has been able to convert. Just 1 of 6 tonight.
Well, the new ball's helping here. Doesn't try to overserve Sinner. Serves within himself so often, but the accuracy is his greatest asset so many times.
Game, Sinner.
Yeah, there was a sense of urgency and intensity about Novak for the first couple of points, but once he got down 30 love, you kind of felt as though his focus drifted very much to taking care of his serve and closing out this second set.
Well, his accuracy at the end of that last game was phenomenal. And, you know, the great players find a way, don't they? He did with the serve. He was relying on it. He's got new balls here. And after he went down early in that previous game, he started focusing on this. Serving to make it a set-all.
Oh.
Gee, you don't see that often. That missed by a long way. What, 1.5 meters, Wally?
Yeah, easily fits. 184 kilometres an hour. And I think every now and then we'll just see some unusual errors because he's kind of pushing the envelope. He knows he has to play with real quality against Jannik or he's in trouble. So every now and then, I think we'll see some wild errors by his standards.
And he has to gamble that he can make enough of those. That is a bullet of a second serve, 192. Look at what he's done. There has to be a few more doubles, because in the previous round, he sat a very comfortable 156 Ks on average on his second serve. He is right up there and amongst it on the second tonight.
He's averaging 170. That last one, 192 when he's serving for the set.
13-15.
And that's been an area where Jannik has really dominated against Novak, just winning 51% of his second serves against Sinner in their career head-to-head, compared to an average of 55. So that's a decent drop-off for Novak in that area. He's trying to defend it effectively tonight.
Oh.
A let off for Djokovic.
15.
Right now, the comeback's on. The greatest of all time, producing one of the great shots of all time to take the second set. One apiece. What a day here in Melbourne.
1-0.
After the intensity at the conclusion of that second set, Novak deciding he's going to leave the court and change. And he's going to be taken over to the other side. Here is Djokovic. And he's just going to let maybe a little air come out of proceedings, settle things down at the start of the second, just make Jannik sit there and think about what's gone on.
I agree, Petch. I think he's foxed that set really well. He's rolled the dice. There was one serve there at 197. Then he threw in a serve at 122. He's really thinking his way through this, drawing on all his years of experience.
Hasn't always worked in the second serve department. 36%. He's at 50% for the match, though, so he would like a little bit more of a lift, maybe another 5% of that in terms of the overall match when he gets to the end. But the incredible number on first serve points won in that second set, especially when it looked as though there was a little bit of a physical problem for Djokovic, will make him and his team very happy that he has a real chance moving through to an 11th final here in Melbourne. Already it's been a phenomenal day as day kind of shifted in tonight with the Alcaraz-Zverev Classic that the Spaniard won. We may well be here way after midnight as well with these two, as Djokovic has turned the tide, flipped the script magnificently in the second set with some ridiculous shot making. And it was nice to see how he was able to boss a lot of these points out there, Fitzy, because that wasn't the case in the opening set.
Well, he was a different player, especially in the first half of the opening set. He started in second gear and looked like he was flat as a tack to me, and he was mistiming his forehand early. Felt like it was a balance thing, but I tell you what, he's had some pressure on the box. Boris is under the pump there in the middle of screen. As Novak left the court, never looked at him, just walked straight out to change. I reckon the coach's heart rate would be up a bit.
How was that last forehand, though, on the set point? I mean, it was not in his strike zone. He was off to the side. He had no right to hit it that hard or that accurately, but that's what he does on the big points.
He has given them so much pleasure down here. First ever major he won was in Melbourne, and he continues to enthrall and thrill the crowd as Jannik goes out. And of course, this being his favourite surface, he does love the clay. He was 3 championship points away from himself winning the career Grand Slam at Roland Garros last year, of course. Because he ended up going on to win Wimbledon, so had he got that, that would have landed in his lap. Carlos obviously with the opportunity on Sunday to do that and become the youngest ever to achieve it. Sinner did something pretty spectacular in 24 as well. Notched up 18 top 10 wins. Carlos had 17 last year. It's a rare feat to get 18 plus wins. Nadal only did that once in 2013. Federer a couple of times in his very dominant seasons in 04 and 06. Novak Novak quite phenomenally has done that 6 times in the course of his career, which is just astonishing to pick up 18 plus wins. Jannik did it in 2024, season where he never got beaten in straight sets. Only Federer had managed that once before in his career. And it was, of course, back in 2024 that he produced the 3rd best hardcore season of all time. Roger has the top 2 in 05 and 06, 50 match wins and 1 loss, 59 wins for Federer in 06 and just the 2 losses. Jannik in 24, 55 wins, just 3 losses. This is his habitat. It's the hardest to beat him at.
Great Ken Rosewall here on the left, 91 years young. Won every major singles title except Wimbledon. He was 4 times runner-up there, Pitch. As early as 1954, as late as 1974.
They made him a member though, Fitz. It's okay.
Listen, they made me a member, so anyone can get in there.
That's why we like you down here. We're hoping we can, you know, get into the members at some stage through you, Pitch. Come on.
You two are more than welcome any time of the year. Just hit me up.
Fitzy, could you have become a member if you won 3 Wimbledon doubles titles? Is that right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, there is a limit. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, there's a bar, you know.
Only so many Aussies.
Well, not Aussies so much as kind of South Australia.
Oh, hey, careful. Treading on hot coals there.
Well, mustard and ketchup have made their way in. Little trouble with security, but they're back.
How did you see Sinner's performance in that set?
No, I found it interesting. He just couldn't seem to get the ball out of Novak's strike zone. There was no real width.
Well,
maybe it's just, I mean, maybe we have to give Novak credit because he was really upping the ante and going for it, and Jannik was just denied a bit of time.
But by the way, I thought while Novak was on the edge, he was right on the limit, and his genius found a way to win the set. You know, Sinner played Mazzetti last round. You talked about the slice backhand and then the heavy, excuse me, Novak played Mazzetti last round. He talked about the low slice, high topspin forehand. Sinner's not going to hit the low slice.
No.
So that's out of his repertoire most of the time. The high forehand, he's going for power, isn't he, rather than ripping the ball with more topspin.
Yeah, there's a certain sameness to every shot that he's hitting, and Novak's settled into a rhythm because also too at night, Fitzy, everything just quietens down a little bit, so you're not getting as much, you know, you're not getting as much jump, you're not getting as much pace. So, and Novak too, he's hitting every ball from about the same point behind the baseline at each end.
But I thought the power, before this match started, I thought Sinner's power might be just too overwhelming at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, I think the nighttime air has just deadened that just that little bit. It's given Novak a bit more time. But Novak let it ride in that second set. There's no question about it.
40-11. Again, Sinner.
Yeah, that quiets the crowd a little bit. Sinner gets up and running swiftly in this third set. There was a purpose when Novak walked out after having kind of changed. A real sense of accomplishment of what he had done in the second set and feeling as though he wanted to get off to a good start, but Sinner's serving there has just subdued those ambitions for the time being.
Wally, Petch and I are in a booth out of a lot of the noise that you are experiencing at courtside. Who's being favoured more heavily here?
Oh, Novak's always got a big following here in Melbourne. There's no question about it. I mean, big Serbian community. He's a deity over there, and they love him, absolutely love him. They're probably making more noise, but I think Jannik, of course, such a popular player, and of course we do have plenty of Italians in the crowd supporting him. But at the moment, I think Novak might just be getting a bit more encouragement.
Well, he's got a bit of European background. I think he was firmly on the fence then.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, don't shout between first and second serve. Thank you. Love.
It's a good battle right now, isn't it? Watching Jannik have to kind of figure out a way to just trying to stay in some of these rallies and kind of ride out the storm if he can. Quality of Novak's forehand, which wasn't there in the opening 3 games, is back.
Or in the previous round, I think. It's a higher level now. And maybe these conditions, the heavy conditions, are suiting that forehand. Well, he'd overrun that one and hadn't counted on the let court and was forced to take it on the backhand wing. He couldn't penetrate as much from that position in the court, and goes the wrong way, by the way.
He tried to outfox him. The obvious shot, as you say, was inside in down the line to Novak's backhand, tried to outthink him, and in the end just outmaneuvered himself.
Yeah, I don't know if we've got a speed gun on the shots or we can measure it, but Novak just seems to be hitting a more penetrating, faster ball than Jannik at the minute.
Oh, his serve has been phenomenal.
1 game on.
And to be thankful that he's producing those serves, not just when he needs them, which of course he needed them in that second set, saving those break points. But they're keeping him afront of the game at the moment and just not allowing Sinner to get any kind of toehold.
Wait, please.
I kind of feel like you've got to give Jannik a bit of a reload there. Damien Dumassois, the ball didn't actually come back. He thought the gentleman was kind of maybe going to throw it back, then did kind of hold it and then dropped it over the side to the ball kid.
Well, he was asking his fellow spectators whether he should put it back, but yeah, Damien jumped the gun a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was worried he's going to drop it in the middle of the point, but it probably it cost Sinner rhythm there.
Semifinal. To 10.
Well, this is a pretty darn big game here for Jannik Sinner. I mean, Novak's won that second set. If he gets an early break here, he might gain a little momentum. Sinner right now in defensive mode, trying to keep Novak at bay. For me, quite a pivotal time.
He's definitely enjoying the pace and he's enjoying the height of the bounce.
Sinner read that so early.
Well, he telegraphed it. He did read it early and he's quick off that first step. We know that, but Novak really telegraphed this drop shot.
14.
Prepared really early and looked like he was going to hit it from there. From that part of the court, he comes in and it was just too obvious. Got him at the top of the apex.
Perhaps Novak hoping that Sinner wasn't going to see that drop shot coming. It's not his normal side to hit the drop shot with. It's usually the backhand.
Yeah. And that expression said that Novak knew he'd made a mistake.
Then a couple back-to-back lets Sinner off the hook, and he escapes. 2-1, third set. This is nicely poised.
Sinner leads 2 games to 1.
So how's Novak looking to take care of his second serve? We've talked about the pace, but and it is huge. Look at those darts coming in on the blue number. Those are the ones above 180. They're all, of course, because they're sliced flat into the forehand side, so taking away Sinner's time on the ball and also coming through a little bit lower. But a lot of those balls heading towards the forehand on the deuce, and exclusively Fitzy on that ad side.
Well, he can go for the bigger one, I think, down the middle on the second court, because it's on the lower, over the lower part of the net. So he takes a risk with those blue dots you saw. He's really trying to get a free point off the second serve, and at the end of that second set he went for that more than normal.
Time.
Just gone past 11 o'clock local time here in Melbourne. A couple of the stadiums have been transformed into different racket sports. You can see a little bit of pickleball down there on the Cain Arena. As we take you back inside the Rod Laver Arena. I don't think your eyes are deceiving you, Wally. I don't necessarily think it's so much more pace than normal from Novak. It is definitely more than Sinner's, but I think there's a flatness of the strike that's also proving to be problematic for Sinner off that forehand side.
Yeah, and I'm suggesting playing a ball with a bit more height and a bit more shape, but it's not easy when it's coming in low and fast and deep.
This little number may surprise a few people, because we do always talk about Sinner coming in with this sizzle and this pace, but Novak has got him tonight in the pace department by 8 kilometers, but it's that flatness that he's been able to inject into the ball and into these rallies, which is about 100 RPMs lower than is normal for Novak. So that ball is skipping through at an uncomfortable height for the Italian.
Bit more depth. A couple of those forehands there from Sinner and a bit more pace, but Petch, it's almost like, if you want, I can give you those numbers. You don't have to go to the statistician. I'm here on the side of the court. I'll do it for you. No, but it is interesting, isn't it? You know,
feel free to pump your tires up.
It's just the visual. It's really impressive from Novak, and I guess because he's hitting a little flatter, as we said, he will make the odd big error by his standards.
Oh, it's dropped in.
Wow, he misread that totally, Novak.
But that's the night air too. Everything just changes so dramatically. You go back to that Alcaraz Zverev match when the ball was just flying and they hit so many balls long, and now look at this, just drops like a stone.
Wally, I don't want to stop you mid-sentence there, but Novak doesn't look great. That was a misjudgment, absolutely, but he was breathing. We are right in front of him here, and he was breathing so heavily.
30 all.
Well, he may not be wearing the crown here in Melbourne at the moment. The man up the other end is, but he is definitely not keen to be forgotten. And he is doing everything within his considerable power to stay with Sinner right now.
So what does it appear? Is it like a spasm? Is it a rib? A breathing issue?
I don't know. That was a bit of geometric genius. I'm not sure about the physical problems that he's having. It looked a little bit like a shoulder issue to start with, but yeah.
Seems breathing to me.
Yeah, it's definitely something in the chest, Wally.
He's dangerous when he gets like this, though. Seen him do this in the past where you look like he's debilitated and he comes up with shots like that. So if you're down the other end and you're Darren Cahill, you're telling your man, don't let that distract you, Jannik. What a forehand that was at 30 all.
Maybe he is just lulling Sinner into doing things that perhaps the Italian wouldn't want to do, and he's just caught the Italian's attention. And a little distracted.
Well, no one can doubt the physicality. Hey, there's no body contact here. But this is a physical game. The amount of sprinting from starting, stopping constantly over 3 to 5 sets. He's not as young as he used to be either. Tell me about it, Mark.
Wasn't going to mention it.
Gee, great second serve there. You just feel like there's a heap of drama just ahead of us.
Please, once again, don't charge between first and second serve. Thank you. Ball. Cahill.
Dangerous times for the Italian. Is Djokovic about to make a decisive move in this third set? And is he about to go from agony to ecstasy? He's made it. Can you believe it? He went the harder of the two options, you felt. Obviously, he was thinking Djokovic was going to dive cross-court to try and cut him off.
Yes.
Well, he probably goes with this passing shot because if Novak gets his racket on it, he might still have another shot. If he goes across court and Novak dives, he loses the point. But he threads it onto the line.
He had a sniper's chance of making that, and he did.
Advantage, Sinner.
He may be a little underpowered in the forehand-to-forehand exchange with Djokovic, but there was enough pace on that one, and Djokovic sinks into the changeover. 3-2.
Sinner leads 3 against it.
Hard to know exactly what's happening here. He has not called for the physio, so whatever it is, he doesn't feel it's worthy of getting anybody out onto court for the time being. Interesting to see the extensive collection of drop shots that Sinner suddenly played, and possibly testing him out physically.
Well,
I can't watch it. Light is coming.
I can't help thinking that if you go to a different game plan, it means you're not having enough success at the current one. So he must be a little bit concerned about trading with Novak.
What do you not like? What words?
Time.
Novak and the umpire just having a few words there. Novak was trying to get some clarity from Damian about what he didn't like. It's all pretty civil. No big issues there. The bigger issue is what he is contending with potentially physically. Djokovic just checking when the new balls are coming. Couple of games.
Please.
Yeah, that return there, I think, I've been watching Sinner, and it seems to me he's hitting very aggressively, but to fairly safe parts of the court, particularly in that second set. Now, that return there, that created some real width. I know he didn't get the next one, but somehow he's just got to find a little more accuracy to spread the court. I mean, that return for me is a case in point. That was a 139 serve. And it was a very, very careful return. And, guys, if I have to play doctor on the side of the court, medico, to me it almost looks like he's got reflux.
Let. First service.
You know, I don't want Wally getting ahead of himself. Medico.
Ball.
Could be. Is he too far back on the second serve?
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
why wouldn't he?
Yeah, if he's going to go back there, flip it up in the air. You know, hit the dropping ball and flip it up high. But he's dropping back and flattening it out.
Yeah, well, if he drops too far back and hits a short reply, plays into Novak's hands.
Yeah, but give it some air.
Well, I like that position. Gee, Novak's on the edge, though, isn't he? He's
14-15.
emotionally, he seems a bit on the edge, but I like Sinner standing in further there. And then it doesn't give Novak a chance to attack with the +1, with the next shot.
We should ask Wally. He's a statistician. Well, he's statistician, medico. They should have, instead of Hey Siri, it should have been Hey Wally.
Guy's a mathematical genius. One thing's for sure, it seems like Sinner to me doesn't have the rhythm that he normally does. Novak's really disrupting him.
Well, I think some of that is down to the way that Novak's played. I mean, we saw the forehand speeds. Wally picked it up very nicely. It is a lot flatter than he normally does. And this is also, listen, he has increased his quality significantly from the opening set. He started slow and he is building very nicely. Look at that. I mean, he's gone from 65%. Let's just jump through to set 3, 87 at the moment. So Sinner is not having it his own way. 60% of his serves, first serves, were unreturned in the opening half an hour. Suddenly he's having to work a lot harder to win his service games, which leaves him less time to think about the return games.
Finland. Love.
Novak Cain for some sort of nutrition, some food from his corner after the end of this game. And he is still over there at the moment. As you can see, that's what he's asking for. You can see he wants something to eat, but he was doubled up at the back of the court again, waiting for this return. Be interesting to see how much he invests in it.
Game, Sinner.
He didn't get a choice.
New balls, please.
Jannik drops a dozen aces in the match so far. 4-3, third set.
Sinner leads 4 games to 3.
He's got whatever he needed. I'm not sure he actually knows. He's well, that is a little bit like Alcaraz. That looks as though Novak was actually physically sick into his towel there.
It's reflux, Petch.
If you say so, Dr. Masseur.
He's reaching for an antacid.
He wants something else. Whatever he's been brought out isn't the correct thing.
You know, in the second set, he actually did something similar. He put his head into his towel and then threw the towel pretty much into the bin, so he's not feeling well.
Time.
Welcome back. A little bit of medicine for Djokovic from his corner. Whatever came first wasn't the correct thing that he was looking for. It did look, it has to be said, during that changeover a little bit like Alcaraz, that Novak was sick into the towel that has been deposited over the back there, and you'll have a look at it here. He doesn't see the ball kid coming, so that initially was dropped at his feet, which wasn't what he was looking for. And he's getting told from Mian that he wants a couple of those, whatever they are, to try and get him through whatever's going on. What a day's tennis it's been. And obviously the thing to keep an eye on right now is pace, not just around the serve, which was still decent for Novak, but off the ground in particular, which is going to take an awful lot of effort to keep himself superseding what Sinner is producing.
$30-15.
Easy pickings. The first one was the one that did the damage. It's got so much topspin on it. It's so tough to judge where your racket needs to be to hit the volley.
30-all.
He was disappointed with the approach shot. You could see Djokovic afterwards shadow swinging his forehand.
$40-30. Djokovic.
Well, he's hit that serve incredibly well. The one down the middle on big points.
He's got to make him go the other way, doesn't he? A little bit more often. I know he did on the previous point at 198, but a lot of big points are being decided by that slider tee.
Really, and that means that Jannik should stand maybe 6 inches to his right just to cover it a fraction more.
Yeah, just lean a fraction.
Yeah.
But just be aware. Let him beat you with the other one for a while. Well, this is interesting now. 4-all, Jannik's going to serve into the slight breeze. If Novak can get a quality return in, makes life a bit easier in the rally with the breeze at your back. Gee, poor old Novak. I mean, we know he's got a massive blister on his foot, and he's obviously suffering some ailment this evening. He's playing under duress.
Yeah, he's going to manage his energy here, and he's going to have to do it intelligently.
40-11.
He doesn't have the same physical conditioning that he had in the second set, where he could go after every single point and keep the pressure on Jannik.
Game, Sinner.
And there's going to be a slow walk for Novak, a much quicker one for Sinner as he puts
Sinner
himself
leads
in the lead, 5-4. Well, he may not have the same physical capabilities as he's been talking about at this stage of his career, Novak, but the one thing he definitely carries into this semi-final and this little awkward period of this match is wisdom of how to kind of manage himself as best as he can and not panic. And he's going to be able to kind of focus on what he needs to do. Well, for the first time in a match that we've seen him with a fairly shaky hand. There's been a number of those over the years.
Definitely seems more comfortable at this end change. Whether the 2 tablets he took just eased things somewhat.
Certainly trying to wait until a second wind kicks in.
So let's have a look and see how Jannik navigates some of these second serve, if he gets a look at them.
Yeah, I think you'd be looking for him to move forward and try to attack a bit more, get the first strike in, preferably deep.
Going way back.
Yeah.
Will he give it some flight? Got the breeze at his back. Well, Fitzy, I think maybe he felt he'd been burnt a little bit in that second set with a couple of massive second serves. You know, there was one in the 180s. So maybe he just thinks, I'm going to take that away from him. Jannik, of course, thought that might be an opportunity for a serve and volley point, but a very sharp dipping return. So yeah, just a little bit of cat and mouse going on the second serve here.
Didn't work instantly for Sinner. He was just 1 and 5 from deep on the second serve, but he saw Novak coming because of the deep position. And when Novak loses that opening point, we showed it earlier in the match between a 15-love situation and a love 15, there is a sharp drop-off. Around 90% of games won when he's 15-love up, and around 60% only when he drops the opening point. And that trend may hold here.
Thank you. Ball.
Was an instant success for Jannik when he went back deep on those second serves, but they have played out nicely for him in this vital 10th game of the third set. And the strategy shift has perhaps shifted the balance of power in this match towards the two-time defending champion.
Players are ready, thank you.
Not by much. Going for the screamer. Sinner there.
15-14.
Novak living dangerously here.
Sinner scrambles, and he was willing to change, and because of that he is successful in taking the third set by 6 games to 4. Novak with the shirt off, and you can get the sense that all is not well with the body. We've seen the issues that he had in that third set around his breathing, but obviously a little bit of a shoulder problem, as the tape alludes to as we take a look through that third set. One of the big drop-offs, of course, for Novak with his first serve percentage points. One was up mid-80s. Jannik has lifted his into that uncharted territory.
Well, he just finished stronger, didn't he? And sort of Novak, you know, if you have this issue halfway through the set and it's costing you it cost him momentum to me. He just didn't seem the back half there to be the same player as he was in the second set. So, and then it comes down to one game and a couple of good shots here and there, it's over. He's looked strange physically though. And that's a risky play on set point down to drop shot and then go for a lob volley. Always risky.
Jannik been flying the Italian flag high for the last couple of years. Big part of the success of the Italian Davis Cup team. Did not play last year, but they still got through and picked up the trophy for a third time in a row.
Sinner to serve. Both players are ready.
As he looks to get through to his third consecutive final here in Melbourne.
15-11.
As he uncorks his 14th ace of the match on the opening point of this fourth set. Criminally overlooked just how good Djokovic's forehand is. One of the best that's ever been involved in this game of tennis.
And Petch, remember when he first burst onto the scene as a youngster? I remember calling a match where he played at the French Open, and his grip was so extreme and he hit with so much spin that the ball dropped short. It wasn't very penetrating. What a shot it's become.
13-15.
To hand it to Team Sinner, they're very coordinated, aren't they? They're like sort of Star Trek. They've got a uniform.
He's like Spock, isn't he?
Next there'll be, oh, that one man missing. Where's your jacket, son? And that's the flat strike that did so much damage in that second set. Just takes it on the rise. And we've talked about it before, Petch, that heavy racket that he possesses. He just drops that heavy frame on the ball with perfect timing. You can see him taking on the rise there.
You know, in his previous round, Wally, he was spraying that shot considerably. You know, he'd miss by a metre wide or long or unusual for him. He's so accurate. Most accurate player you've ever seen.
14,
yeah, maybe the heavy conditions I suit him better, and he's found it again, hasn't he?
I think it has as much to do about the height of the bounce. It's just in his strike zone, and you got to remember he played Musetti also on a windy day. Musetti stands very deep, so the visual is very different, and he plays with awkward spin. You know, the heavy slice on the back end, that heavy high spin on the forehand. Just such a different matchup, styles v styles.
He's back a little bit.
Yes.
Gee, it's ruthless, that forehand, isn't it?
It's so good.
It has been in parts of this match.
And it's the reason that he's been so successful down under. He's been able to sort of adapt his forehand to the conditions. You've seen years where Novak has been going sort of down the line, you know, high 50% of the time, you know, high risk, but he's had high reward on the quicker conditions. And when it's been a little slower, he's been able to still outlast people in the cross-court exchange. It's one of the most flexible shots. And downstream from a strategic shift is always the technical ability to do it, and he is one of the most technically proficient tennis players that has ever played the game. And those forehands have contributed to a tense situation here early on in the fourth for Sinner. Break point. Saved emphatically.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's testament to the quicker conditions this year at the Australian Open, which sometimes it's felt like, or whether it's just improved serving from Jannik, but in his history down here in Australia, The 4 highest totals in terms of aces served in matches have all come this year. Spaziri, Duckworth and Dardari hit 19 in that particular match. He's at 16 tonight.
It's causing a bit of havoc here at the moment. The flatness of it means it gets from one end to the other faster. The forward speed is very impressive. So it's rushing Sinner a little bit, as great as he is at defending. Different player again.
A different match if Djokovic can take this break point too.
Please.
How was that? To have the composure to realise that that was going to save the day and just get him back to neutral. And there was a little trepidation. You could see it from Sinner when he had to take the ball into the forehand of Djokovic. He didn't really want to go there. And then the next one extracted the error just through pure fear, I think.
Well, I thought, was there a chance he could have taken that forehand lob in the air? Could he have smashed that?
No, it was just one of those awkward ones, Fitzy. It wasn't coming down necessarily short enough to make it an easy smash. The bounce wasn't terribly high. I thought he made the right decision, but Novak actually played the next couple of shots from deep, way deep behind the baseline. And talk about the visual or the target, it just changed and he overcooked it. But Novak, Petch mentioned composure. He just seems to have his composure back here at the start of the fourth. Tell you what he did do in that game, that returning game. He just played with great depth. It's tough to counter.
Game on again. What a Friday we've had. And still having.
I mentioned, didn't I, that just speaking to Darren Cahill before these guys walked out onto the court. And Darren said Novak has a great ability to make you uncomfortable. Well, it's proven to be the case, hasn't it? It's just never easy.
May I say, Wally has the same ability.
13-love.
Things just look normal again for Novak. He's got over that hump. You know, I still feel, though, that we haven't seen Jannik Sinner's best here. Not sure if you guys agree, but I just feel like he should have another half level somewhere.
I think, to be fair to Novak here, he's kind of thrown new things into the mix consistently in this match. And there's an argument to say from the low base that he started it off, it's kind of thrown Sinner, who maybe felt as though this was going to be a little similar to recent matches that he's had with Djokovic. We've seen Jannik drop deeper on the second serve. It's almost as though he's having to contemplate what tactics to use mid-rally, which is an uncomfortable thing for any player.
Yeah, and Petch, I think, to me, it feels like Jannik's not very accurate with his ground stroking, because what he's really doing a lot of time is just fighting off really difficult, penetrating shots that are coming off Novak from both wings. So there's not a lot of accuracy in what Jannik's doing.
That's that shot that Ronnie talked about. And he gets up so high that he can just flatten it down into the court. We talk about RPMs, but if you can take the ball up there, and certain players have kind of a shot that actually just goes down into the court. And watch Novak here. There's the spin, both feet off the ground, so he can angle it straight down. Don't worry about RPMs. That's just a dagger.
Kratko I ravnomerno, kratko.
Do you really feel as though Jannik had kind of won the battle in the previous 5 meetings, which the Italian had won? Not so much, obviously, the Davis Cup one, but the 4 subsequent to that, when he kind of won the battle into the forehand side, and psychologically that kind of put Novak on the back foot. That is not the case right now. So where in the previous meetings he could kind of go where he wanted to, whenever he wanted to, he's now got a narrow band of the court that he's got to aim for. Absolutely sublime.
It really was. But what a point Novak played. I mean, he did absolutely nothing wrong. He was almost in the ascendancy. But that's just too good on the run, isn't it? Beat him by a long way. Novak just acknowledges what a great shot it was.
In. Sinner.
If it came off, he'd be happy to take it, but Djokovic wanting to get to the end of that game without investing too much energy in it. Sinner trails by the break. And this is where experience plays a part, isn't it? He knows he's got a lot of runway if he's going to turn this around to work with Novak. He's done the hard work with an excellent start to this 4-set. And it's going to be up to Jannik to respond. He responded beautifully with one individual virtuoso performance. There's lob coming up in this particular rally. Novak again, very quick to flatten out the forehand down the line. Can't defend against that.
That angle didn't show it so well, but Novak actually played a very high flippy forehand off the return. So he's Definitely throwing a few different kinds of smoke at Jannik.
He also took a step back before he hit that spinning forehand return, while he took a metre back and varied the flight.
Tail end of a teardrop of a lob from Sinner in that previous game that Novak applauds. He's always done that throughout the course of his career. Very quick to touch his racket strings after his opponent has done something that he admires. But a lot of fans admiring his fight after the end of that third set, how he has quickly stepped back in the lane.
You know, he's always been incredibly good at putting his hand out and shaking hands when he doesn't win. Incredibly good at it. I've always admired that. Tell you what, he's a long way from not winning this one. This is game on. I mean, you'd rather be in Sinner's shoes. He's up that set, and from his point of view, if he's going to get down a break, it might as well be early in the fourth. Gives him a bit more of a chance to break back.
Let for service.
It was like his serve tonight's been extraordinary on the big points. Not sure if you can see it in the straight percentages, but he served well when it's mattered.
Cain.
Oh, something a little different on the stroke at midnight.
A bit of throwback that the three of us really appreciate. Beautiful.
It's almost as though he's found a sweet spot in mentally to accept some of the errors that are going to come. He's decided that what's going to allow him to potentially win is also potentially dangerous. We saw that forehand fly wide in that last game, but he just shrugged it off, plugged into the next point, and efficiently put that service game on the board.
Well, guys, you can hear that from your air-conditioned booth, can't you? Crowd chanting for Novak.
A phenomenal Friday it has been here in Melbourne. It's certainly not been an unlucky day 13. For the
it's had that
fans,
sort of
it's been
super,
one of the ages. Yes, it has,
that
Wally.
Super Saturday US Open feel, hasn't it?
Too good. Gee, he looks dangerous, doesn't he, when he runs to that forehand wing?
He's just dropped the guardrails. It's like he knows what he wants to do. He is completely committed to doing the right thing, regardless of the outcome. And he is in full flow right now. And that is the only way you can contain him, is take the racket out of his hand.
Please.
Regardless of the fact that he's trailing in the wake of Djokovic right now, you can bet your bottom dollar that Sinner is going to try and keep the 38-year-old out here and work him physically, regardless of whether he gets the outcome he wants in this 4-set. The investment he puts in now in terms of effort could well pay good dividends for him in the 5th. Djokovic, for the moment, maintains his lead, 3-2.
I have to say the players seem to ingest a lot of food and liquid over the course of a match, which I guess, you know, you've got to fuel, but it seems a lot to be gurgling around in your stomach as you're playing.
Djokovic, as he has been throughout the course of this tournament, as the matches has gone on, is limbering up and making sure that he's remaining flexible. And he'll be hoping that his forehand can continue to deliver the hurt that it has been over the last 20 minutes.
One thing that's been interesting just watching Jannik from close up tonight, it seems like when his game A is not working, he sort of persists with game A. It's not as though he's tried to do anything particularly different throughout the course of the match. He's just persisted.
He really has to cover that, surely.
Yeah, he's getting burnt there a lot, isn't he? And he's got a big reach too, Sinner. So if he just sort of takes a shuffle a few inches and anticipates that serve and accept that he might get beaten out to the backhand.
Well, he pulled the pin out on that forehand. And it wasn't just the sound of the ball off the strings that you heard. It was the huge roar from the 10-time champion here. This shot here from Jannik, though, he hits it too hard.
just doesn't buy enough time to get back to where he needs to be.
Thank you.
That wasn't just a shot, that was a statement. And that statement was, I'm not going to lose to you. If you're going to get through to the final again, you're going to have to beat me.
But that serve again, I mean, 2 times in this game.
I mean, just stand a few inches, 4, 5, 6 inches to your right. Make that gap a tiny bit smaller.
Djokovic. New balls, please.
He's got a strut in his step now too, Novak.
Djokovic leads. 4 against 2.
The best players are all motivated by discipline and percentages, and you know, when I watch Novak play like this, it always kind of reminds you that he's played within himself throughout the course of his career, because all he needs to do is win. And what he does better than anybody else is put the tennis that he needs to win on the court. And yet he has always had these extra gears, this ability to change his forehand, to flatten out, to make it more problematic for the opponent, but he only does it when he has to. He's been forced to do it tonight, but he's good enough to actually execute it as well. Very few are.
But I'll go back to the fact that, you know, Jannik persists. And it's amazing how he does persist and how good he is, obviously. But, you know, at no point do you see a serve volley. At no point do you see him take a backhand on the rise off return and come in. He persists, though. He'll keep coming.
I guess you've got to be good enough to beat him at his game, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. He just puts his game out there and he does it awfully well, obviously, week in, week out. But it is just curious watching him here against Novak. It's Novak that's dictating to him.
Oh.
He's so motivated by judgment and discipline, though, Jannik, isn't he? And the top players are. I mean, they understand what they do well and how that impacts their opponent. Very few are kind of motivated by compulsion of just hitting the right shot that feels good at the moment. That was one of those rare moments where he just let loose. Didn't feel as though that was necessarily the plan. Was that an S&V in your book, Wally?
It's a serve and a float. But yeah, look, absolutely. Didn't let that one bounce, and he's got such a good drive volley. It's just his forehand grip. It's basically hitting a forehand on the rise, which he does so well. I think he was looking to come in.
Oh.
And Novak, the old fox, I mean, we've seen some serve and volley points on big points. And out of the blue, just bang, a knife slice, draws the error. He never stops thinking. He's always trying to work his opponent over.
The Italian continues to tailgate as he has to. Djokovic in this fourth set. 3-4. Just like us, all eyes on Djokovic at times as this match has detoured.
Time.
Night session crowd must have wondered if they should have bought a day session ticket earlier in the day as Zverev and Alcaraz battle it out for over 5 hours, over 5 sets before the Spaniard managing to come from behind in that 5th set after Zverev failed to serve it out at 5-4 to put himself into his first Australian Open final. But they are getting treated to their own classic now.
You
think Jannik's got to go down the line with his backhand more, Wally? Try to open up the court a little bit.
Well, that's yeah, it's a devastating shot, isn't it? Particularly when you hit it with that sort of depth. But as I say, I think a lot of the time he's just been fending off the power and trajectory of Novak's ground shots. I don't think he's had the time to really try to be accurate or redirect. That's how it appears, anyway.
The first one he's overplayed for a while.
And sometimes too, when Jannik's in a little bother or he's dragged wide, he almost hits the ball too hard.
Yeah.
He doesn't quite, I mean, he's awfully quick, he gets to the next one, but he hits it so hard, it's almost like he takes time away from himself.
Serve well when it matters.
Well, and also, isn't that the problem for Jannik? I mean, it feels that he should be shifting a little bit to cover the tee serve, which has been absolutely deadly. But then he deviates his line of attack out wide, and suddenly Jannik has to think that that's a possibility. Doesn't have to hit many.
Yeah, but I think he's better off giving him that one than the one down the middle. I mean, he's good enough to hit both, obviously. One down the middle has caused most of the problems. He made a mistake there, Novak. Well, it was a case in point. I thought he hit the ball so hard when he was out of position there, Sinner, and Novak looked like he was going to win the point from here, but he just placed the wrong volley. or not well enough.
Yeah, I mean, the night air, it's cool. He just tried to carve it away, but you think sometimes when you got that height to work with, you just back yourself and go big into the open court.
Great point. And he's good enough again to hit that flat trajectory forehand under pressure on a break point.
Yes.
Would you go to his forehand in this situation on a 50-50 ball, given the way he's been hitting it?
Well, look, I don't know the answer to that. He's good on both sides, isn't he? But
I'm saying that in hindsight.
Yeah, but Sinner created angle. We've been wanting him to get a bit more angle. It forced Novak wide, and he was good enough to hit that winning forehand.
Both players are ready. Thank you.
Holy smoke. Looks like he's starting to open his own shoulders here, Sinner.
Advantage, Sinner.
157 Ks on that one. That's quick.
Yeah, he's been sitting at 129 for this set, so that did catch Djokovic unawares. Bullet of a forehand.
Oh. Please.
Went there again on the big point. That's too good. He's a maestro, isn't he? I mean, I'm half thinking he's going to go down the middle again with a second serve, a bomb.
Yes.
He hits a magnificent second serve kick and comes in. What variety.
And just thinking his way through every problem. But I just felt Jannik went a little too far back then. It just gave him so much space. Sometimes I feel like the players are overly aggressive when they crowd the baseline, or they go too far back. Just moderate that fractionally.
Let for service. Advantage, Djokovic.
Yeah, but then after, it's not okay for him as well, right? He's ready. He's ready.
That was arguably his best service game of the match. Under pressure, and he refused to flare out, and he has given himself a chance if he can grab one of the next couple of games to push us into our second consecutive five-setter of the day.
And how good are the numbers? Like, the accuracy's there, and he's pumping it at 2:01 against a slight breeze in the evening air. out wide, fantastic serving.
Cahill. Final.
Good eye. That must have been tight.
13-15.
He had an option to volley that. Sinner made a judgment call.
$14-15.
A little bit of a record for Jannik with that particular delivery. As you can see, his career high ace count, and they have all come here in Australia this year, apart from the one against Medvedev down there at 17 at Wimbledon in 2024. But it's not necessarily going to be his serve that carries him through to the final of the Australian Open to play his great rival Carlos Alcaraz. He's going to find and need to find different ways to defeat Djokovic.
Cain, Sinner.
Another one to add to the collection, and one last chance for Jannik Sinner to save this 4-set.
Djokovic leads 5 against 4.
Looking on, and Novak wanting some advice about the stretching that he was doing. And we talk about the teams behind these players these days. Dalibor Sorolla, who also came on in June 2025, who's in the front row just sitting next to Boris's current coach as a strength conditioning coach from Croatia, and all of them have played their part in this performance for Djokovic.
Well, Novak just pointing to the top of his racket. Sinner's cross-court forehand was not particularly clean. And he knows how big that first point was. Was that a tee serve, Fitzy?
Sure was. I guess if you hit it on the line constantly, then it's still pretty hard to get back, whether you're looking for it or not. He served that accurately.
He's got the look of a man that can see into the future right now, Djokovic. He looks so assured.
I feel like the guy in Back to the Future.
Thank you.
In the most pivotal, pressurized moments.
Incredible.
He has been his perfect self. Utter precision. The fifth set beckons.
Well, that's a different approach.
40,
Step inside the baseline.
Thank you.
And finally, he was on the tee serve.
Yes.
Clean strike on return.
I don't think Novak quite hit his exact target, though, did he? He was only 6 or 8 inches.
No, not quite the accuracy, but you get the feeling he was looking for it.
Please. You don't see both players are ready and waiting for you. Thank you. Let. First service.
It's like Novak of old, isn't it? Certainly for a large part of these 4 sets. He looks like he's playing as well as he ever has in a lot of this match.
Sinner was livid. Djokovic delighted.
Game and forfeit. Djokovic.
Two incredible champions,
6 games to 4.
two incredible semi-finals, a little Melbourne
2 sets
magic on the 13th day of these championships. Yeah, you can never, ever, ever write off the great ones. And although he started slowly here, Djokovic has warmed up to the task. And despite the fact that not many people perhaps would have predicted the way that this match has unfolded after the opening set, you got the sense that he'd got his teeth into it. He'd found some tennis and tactics that were going to trouble Sinner, and so it's proved to be. It wasn't a bad set from the Italian either, when you look at it just from a numbers point of view. Wafer thin margins, the breakpoint saves from Djokovic, the difference maker. As was that shot, the forehand down the line, definitely troubled Sinner.
He's got a foundation of 79% first serves into play. Well, that sets him up in an incredible fashion to win a set, because the rest of his game's backing him up as well. What a performance.
That is not a celebration, that is a look of determination from the greatest of all time. Alcaraz talked about it afterwards. I just kept believing. The same can be held true of the way Djokovic has proceeded in this match. Take a little trip down memory lane here in Melbourne, dig out the vault. The last time both men's semis went to 5 sets was back in 2017. Federer getting past Wawrinka in 5, and then Nadal against Dimitrov in an epic. Spaniard winning that 6-4 in the 5th. Before the two great rivals put on a show in the final, with Federer coming through 6-3 in the deciding set.
I guess we shouldn't be surprised at the quality of tennis today, given we had 1, 2, 3, 4, and no one daunted by the big stage. They've all stepped out here and found something. And Petch, I'm trying to wrap my head around why, you know, Sinner's numbers are so good on serve and Novak's serving so well tonight, because, I mean, it's certainly not quick tonight. The air's getting heavy. I'd say the temperature's in the teens, the high teens. And the balls, I mean, apart from the first few games out of the Cain, they're not fast. Guys are just serving well. Some guys are returning really well.
13-15.
And I'm going to go with my observational call of reflux. I think that's settled down with a few antacids. He seems very comfortable now, Novak.
Isn't live sport great though? Live tennis, you have no idea who's going to win this at this moment.
Who are you backing, Fitz? Do you have a sense?
The guy serving first, maybe.
I think he's in Italian 40 minutes.
Oh.
What I love about Fitz, he puts himself on the line.
Just did.
Jannik Sinner.
What about you two?
Look, I'm going to go with Sinner because I just find it extraordinary that at 38 years of age, Novak can produce this. We are 3 hours and 15 minutes in, so it's going to be 4 hours of epic struggle. So I guess I'll just go with youth.
Yeah, I think that is probably the kind of prevailing thought, isn't it? And it's certainly the easiest one to go to. That's where the win predictor's going as well. But Djokovic has come in and he's been the great disruptor. I'm going to go with Novak. I will say, just going back to your point about conditions and serve numbers, I mean, I'm just sort of taking it, it's not a huge data sample, but Andy Murray at Wimbledon would have a decent first serve percentage a lot of the time because the balls are a little bit heavier and those conditions. So therefore, the numbers tonight probably aren't as surprising because the ball isn't as lively off the guy's strings, so that they feel as though they can get after it. And when they're both locked in like this, they're both lethal.
Well, I like that. If he gets a chance, Sinner, and I know the ball's been coming onto the racket so fast that shot has been difficult for him to make, but I like it if he goes for that one. If he can find his rhythm on that and open the court up with Novak a little bit.
I feel like he played a little deeper in the court for the entirety of that rally there, Fitzy did Jannik. I mean, he's still thrashing it pretty low and hard. It's almost like he just bought himself a bit more time to go line. Well, that was nothing short of ridiculous by Sinner. I mean, Novak is just absolutely striping the ball.
15,
and Sinner was just defending, but boy, did he do it well.
Best sport in the world.
Yeah.
How good is this?
Well, these are the best 3 or 4 points we've seen from Sinner in a while.
15-14.
Well, it's lucky he didn't take my advice and change anything. He's just stuck to his guns. He's just hit it a little harder.
You know, and Novak did nothing wrong there. Wow, was he playing well too?
Has not diluted any chance of success with getting too despondent. He's respected the challenge that Djokovic has shown tonight, the gauntlet that's been thrown down, and he has responded.
$13-14.
11 chances to break for the Italian tonight, just 2 taken.
Yes. Advantage, Djokovic.
Novak facing his first crisis of the 5th set with aplomb.
Djokovic.
Well, Pitch, we had a classic earlier in the day. We've got another one, haven't we?
We have.
Game on.
No question. Obsession is the greatest strength of the very best, the elite. And there's no doubt that that's exactly what Djokovic is. Is 25 still a possibility?
Thank you.
It still feels very much alive right now.
Darn right it is.
Sit quickly, please, behind the players. Thank you.
Got to admit, I had my doubts, but not now. My goodness, I thought that was in off the racket.
Hard to believe that didn't land on the runway in flight because it looked like it was curling in all the way.
You guys really need to get your eyes checked.
I mean, he has gone Mach 5 on those last couple of forehands, and he has barely missed them. He wants to see this.
How's his timing? I mean, he's just timing the ball so well.
Questioning physics there.
Well, he didn't land them, but there were a couple of warning shots right across the bow of Jannik Sinner that this is not going to be easy, this 5th set, if he wants to make it through to the championship Sunday. 2-1 to the Italian. And those misses, even though Novak obviously disappointed and everything right now is getting magnified, they're still scary if you're sitting in Jannik's shoes right now, thinking that that is still a possibility when you go into that particular wing, that you're not in the point anymore. It's suddenly out of your control.
Yeah. Well, it's like living and dying by the sword. If he's good enough to make it, you lose. If he's not, you win. It's scary, though. I tell you what, Sinner handled that pretty well though. Novak threw everything at him, just missed 2 forehands, close. Pretty good game from Sinner.
Time.
Arthur Schopenhauer, the German philosopher, once famously said, talent hits a target no one else can hit. Genius hits a target no one else can see. And it feels a little bit like that watching Novak tonight out here. He's turned water into wine after the way that he started this semi-final. And the champagne may still be popping for him on Sunday.
Water into wine. Is that some form of hyperbole?
I knew it would appeal to you. It's about that time of the morning.
Unusual miss in these circumstances.
And strangely, Fitzy, it was the slower ball.
Love 15.
Just span out of it a little too quickly. Got out ahead of it and travels long. And that ball had more flight. That was a better defensive shot there from Sinner. So often he's just cracked it back hard and flat, but that definitely...
Was that a slight mishit though? Is that why it looped so much?
No, I think he intentionally just looped it up higher. I mean, it was effective. It kicked off the court. Novak couldn't really get behind it to unload. He played a good return game the last game, Sinner. He's back at it. Love 30.
Well,
15.
I don't think
14.
any of us are surprised he went for it because he's been making it all night, but it haunts him there. And look at the spring in the step there of Sinner.
That double full introduced Sinner to a couple of break points.
Let. First service.
Wow. Not only has he nailed that backhand, but he's found another first serve 13, on a break point. 14. 11 out of 13 first serves landed by Djokovic. Break point down.
I feel like we're in a master and a commander situation. They are shooting shots across each other's bow.
Another line hunter as Sinner hunts the elusive break.
Magnificent.
Yes.
I mean, there's a reason he's at the pinnacle of the sport, isn't there? And he knows he's hitting the ball in the middle, doesn't he? What a shot here on break point.
Ice in his veins.
Thank you.
He still thinks that Sinner's mishitting those shots. That's why he's suggesting it. But it's part of the swing pattern.
Yeah, I mean, it maybe wasn't completely clean, but it certainly wasn't a shank that rolled around the frame. But that extra height and that extra bounce, problematic. Great depth there from Sinner.
You'd think if he went for that like he did earlier in the game, he'd go back across. It's safer. That was all or nothing. And that one did catch the frame.
He just wasn't in position to hit it, was he? It was chasing him into the backhand corner and he hadn't made enough time or space.
Premeditated.
And he will have sensed a little anxiety in that previous return from Sinner on the break point. It's not the kind of all or nothing return that the Italian usually produces in those moments. Did well to withstand the onslaught for as long as he did. But that was prime Sinner.
Well, I spoke about being more accurate, and you'd think to be more accurate, maybe you take a little pace off. That was the final shot, but that was accuracy and pace from Sinner. Very hard to defend against. The fans are riding every point.
Advantage, Djokovic. Djokovic.
Not just outstanding, upstanding. Half the stadium out of their seats. We're at 2-2 in the fifth.
2-2.
And if there's been one defining shot tonight, it has been that forehand down the line.
Both players are ready, thank you. Sit quickly, thank you. Behind the players.
Intenta cambiarle la visión. Ahí va.
Done a great job of jumping out in front in the service games for the most part, Sinner. He's had 6 aces on the opening point of his service games as we've worked our way through this thriller. And he's been serving about 2/3 of his first serves out wide on the first point. Oh. In the dead of night, a deadly drop shot from Sinner.
Look at the bounce. I mean, he just shaved
or lack
so
of it
far across the ball. It bounced at right angles.
Sinner, after the disappointment of not breaking in the previous game, produces one of his most dominating service games. 3-2. Fitzy, talk me through the 5th set right now. Is it a little easier because there's just this set and that's it, just a focus point in, point out?
Well, I think it's all on the line. You just, at this stage, look, none of us can pick who's going to win this. It's just a battle of wills right now. And Novak's got so much experience in that area, but so does Jannik now as a much younger player. And for me, it's just the old bull, the young bull, just going head to head. The mentality in the 5th is always just one of resilience, I think. You look like you might lose, but you fight back. You want to tell the other guy you're still there. Constantly. You're not going anywhere.
Time.
Well, it looks all calm and serene up above Rod Laver tonight. But as we've just moved apart, it's 1 a.m. in the morning, it is still all to play for. Ten and a half hours of extraordinary entertainment for everybody around the globe, but also right here inside this fabulous arena. Still plenty of jeopardy in this.
New balls again. Oh, wow, what a forehand. Gee, that's talented. To get into position there after making a wide forehand, to skip across court and have the timing to knock that off.
That's a big investment, isn't it, to turn that ball into a forehand. That's impressive.
gentlemen, stay quiet during the point until the end. Thank you.
The balance and the precision. To swing so hard for so long in that point and then just deftly make that little drop shot. Skill, balance. Greatness.
Begin. Cain, Djokovic.
Halfway through the final set, still no clear outcome.
3 games up.
As Djokovic pulls up alongside Sinner with his 11th ace. And I'll be hoping the Italian can't find a first serve here, because it's been a big barometer in terms of which way the opening point of the Sinner service games has gone.
Good hands. A tough shot from Sinner there. That half volley had to definitely take the speed off that. Does well. Makes it, commitment comes in, but he's made to play a difficult shot.
Love.
There's that strange scenario where Sinner almost gets the ball back too quickly to Novak. He's in a corner. He thumps it back hard and fast. He's barely got time to recover.
Quite in position for the forehand, and to try and sort of improvise a little bit, manipulate his body out of the way.
14.
He was waiting for that to arrive before it had even been delivered. Red hot and razor sharp.
Well, it's turning into another memory for the ages here. He's had so many moments on this court, Novak, hasn't he? So many over so many years. Here's another.
Thank you. Advantage, Djokovic.
It's late, but it's great. The true essence of sport is uncertainty.
Please.
And we've had it all day and night.
Djokovic.
What was seemingly impossible now looks likely. Djokovic breaks 4-3, final set.
Djokovic leads 4 against Israel.
What a champion he is. So much heart, so much desire, but also, and more importantly, so much skill, so much. The prize has lost none of its luster since he first came onto tour.
Time. Thank you.
Djokovic at 4-3.
seems like now you just have to win the point. No one's going to lose it. It's rare.
Gee, how was the depth from Djokovic in that rally? Pinned the baseline 3 or 4 times, and there's another shot there from Djokovic.
Wally, the great players, the ball just comes out of the middle so all the time, doesn't it?
Every time.
Yeah.
But Fitzy, we had a tribute to Fred Stolle just prior to this match. Great player, great commentator. And he always said to me, in men's tennis, the most important stat is break points converted. Well, I don't mind that rally, backhand to backhand. We haven't seen a lot of it. Both players being quick to change direction. Sinner settled into that one quite nicely.
I feel like he's got to take a risk, though, Sinner, like that. He's got to go close to the line, go after it. Otherwise, Novak is hitting the ball so cleanly, he's going to win the point. If you give Novak the chance to go for the line, he will. And he's been good enough to make it for most of this 5th set. Jannik is probably going to have to push the envelope here. He's good enough to do it. In other words, you've got to play to win. Don't play for the other guy to make a mistake. Play to win.
Love 14.
He's played a lot of good return games in this set. Jannik Sinner, he's 0 for 5 on break points, though, and therein lies the problem. He can't convert the ones that matter most. He's got 3 chances right here.
Well, he has to do what the great Fred Stolle said.
Yeah, Novak got 1. What did he do? He took it.
He's
You just can't take that for granted. 189 down the tee, second serve. And your lead hanging in the balance.
And, you know, when you have love 40, the closer it gets back to juice, the tougher it is. You want to convert the first one if you can, but his second serve has been extraordinary.
Well, we were tracking it, wasn't it? 11 out of 13 he had made on the break points with first serves. You can chalk that one down as another first serve because it was as good as.
Oh, what a smash.
And these break points have been saved.
Don't underestimate how good that smash was either.
Fitzy, that went up through the lights, up into the black night sky, back down through the lights. I mean, that would have been awfully hard to take on the full. That was brave. And he hit it clean.
Why should that shot be any different?
Novak is timeless.
Yes.
Oh for 8 break points this set for Sinner.
Thank you. Thank you.
2 for 18. Is it now on the match? 2 for 18?
Yeah.
Congratulations, warning, Mr. Djokovic.
Do you think that's necessary at this stage? I mean,
No, absolutely not necessary at all.
I think just let him play now. Just put the whistle away.
A game of centimetres.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Fine line between pain and ecstasy.
The chance before the silence descends.
Thank you. Both players are ready. Thank you.
And in that silence, you can feel the significance of the moment.
We go back to that second serve. I think it was 189. And we go back to that smash.
Against the strike.
I mean, what a way to save 2 break points at this stage of the 5th set.
Yeah, that game alone
sums up his career.
Yeah. I was going to say that 3 hours
Doing
and
the
50.
right thing in the biggest moments takes an awful lot of courage.
But he's 38, Petch. This shouldn't be happening, should it? Just winding back the clock. This reminds me of the epic against Rafa. Extraordinary that physically he can still push himself to this limit.
Love.
Simply a phenomenal Friday. A Friday we'll never forget.
Oh.
Will Sunday see Djokovic chase down an unprecedented 25th Grand Slam title?
Here we go, mate. Let's close it out. Let's go. Come on.
This ain't over yet.
The game is, but as you say, Fitzy, not the match. Darren hopes for more. Can Sinner deliver? Djokovic will serve for a place in the final. Outwardly, for the players at least, there is a semblance of calm, but not for the spectators who have lived and breathed and wondered for the last 4 hours and 2 minutes which one of these two phenomenal players is going to make it through to the final. And in keeping with the match, that final point there taken right to the edge. Then, of course, there's titles that validate their greatness when you're Novak Djokovic, but it is the visual memory of nights like this and mornings like this that make them unique. He's been eclipsed in recent times by his younger rivals. This is a big reminder that he is still here and here to stay. The moment's arrived. 2 match points.
14-30. Thank you.
Can you believe it? He had 1 foot in the final on Sunday. And the memories of the Davis Cup match that they had back in 2023, when Sinner came back, saving 3 match points in a row, must be rushing through the minds of both players.
Oh, you thought it was over. He guessed the right way.
Thank you. Thank you. Please. Djokovic.
And if you love something as much as Novak loves tennis, it is going to break your heart on a few occasions, as it did that day in the Davis Cup. But tonight, it looks like it's going to be different.
Tom.
Djokovic dethrones Sinner, and the King of Melbourne is back in the final. Well, stars can't shine without darkness, and it's been a long time since Novak has won a major. But under the Melbourne nighttime sky, the biggest star in men's tennis has given himself a shot. And you wouldn't back against him after that. The ones that said he couldn't are watching. He didn't listen.
Extraordinary.
Incredible.
Extraordinary.
Well, if I wasn't here to see it, I'm not sure I could believe it. Jannik did not play badly. This man beat him. He won the points that mattered. He served unbelievably well. And he just rolled back the years with his movement. Extraordinary.
And people keep asking why he wants to do it. Well, this is why. For moments like this, he looks in disbelief. His team, what a job they have done. There's plenty of time in life for routine. He wants adventure.
That's one of his greatest wins, surely.
Of all time. There is no doubt about that.
The question remains, can he do it 2 times in a row, back to back? But right now, you don't have to think about that. That was an extraordinary visual experience for all of us.
At the handshake where respect is given, and that is what they both have for each other.
That was great to see.
He's got a little bit of time to gather his thoughts as he wanders over, and he is going to talk to Jim Courier.
Another memorable performance, Novak, on this court that's meant so much to you. We watched you just now sitting, looking back, looking up in the sky, thinking about the moment. What is this moment like for you right now?
I'm lost for words right now, to be honest. Oh my God, where should I? It feels surreal, to be honest. Playing almost, you know, it was over 4 hours, almost 2 a.m. Reminiscing in 2012 when I played Rafa in the finals, that was 6 hours almost, but the level of intensity and I guess the quality of tennis was extremely high, and I knew that that was the only way for me to have a chance to win tonight against him. You know, he won last 5 matches against me. He had my mobile number, so I had to change my number for tonight. No, jokes aside, you know, I told him at the net, thanks for allowing me at least one, you know, in the last couple of years. I have tremendous respect for him. Incredible player. I mean, he pushes you to the very limit, which is what he did tonight to me. So he deserves a great round of applause, obviously, for his performance. Some legends stayed up to 2 a.m. Margaret Court, thank you so much for being here tonight. I cannot thank enough for the support to all the people. I mean, you guys have been incredible tonight, honestly, incredible. I love our passionate relationship. Every year is something different, you know. And tonight it has been one of the, if not the best night, atmosphere-wise, support-wise, I ever had in Australia, for sure. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
The love's still there for you, and we love to still be getting a chance to see you play. It's no guarantee that you would be back in a year, and still here you come. Last year at the US Open, you sat in front of the press and you said, I think these guys are just playing at a different level. These are your quotes, not mine. They said, I think in best of 5, it's going to be very difficult for me. Can you admit that you were wrong last year in New York?
I wasn't wrong. I said it would be very difficult, but not impossible. So here we are. Yeah, you're right. You're recalling it very well. I said that they were playing on a different level, so I just had to find that level.
You got there. And you get to play another one of these young guys. Did you get a chance to watch Carlos and Sasha's match this afternoon while you were getting ready for yours?
Yes, I did watch. I was very eager to get out on the court. So what an incredible match. I mean, we tried to match that quality and that intensity. But credit and kudos to both of these guys for battling it out. I think you guys got your value for the ticket today, that's for sure. That's for sure. I want 10% of tonight's tickets sold. Craig, 10%, no negotiations. What did I want to say? Yeah, I saw Carlos after the match, and he told me, I'm sorry to delay the start of your match, and I told him I'm an old man, I need to go earlier to sleep, so I'm looking forward to see him in a few days.
We're looking forward to it as well. Last question. We'll let the recovery begin. On Sunday night, as it always is, it seems with you, more history on the line. You'll be playing for your mind-blowing 11th Australian Open title and your 25th major title. What would it mean to you to win on Sunday night?
Honestly, it feels like winning already tonight, you know, winning the whole... But I know I have to come back in a couple of days, well, less than a couple of days, and fight the number one of the world. So I just hope that I'll have enough gas to stay toe-to-toe with him. You know, that's my desire, and then let the God decide the winner.
Good luck, Novak. What a performance tonight. There he is, the 10-time champ. It might be 11 come Sunday.
Great interview. Huh?
Yeah, to be able to come out of a match like that with so much on the line, he knows that he's got less runway ahead of him than obviously he's had behind him, significantly less, and that he needed to land tonight once he gave himself the opportunity to put himself back in the final. And with that comes a lot of pressure. There are not many more opportunities for him to win that elusive number 25, and he found a way. And after all of that effort and ecstasy, he's able to go and so eloquently tell Jim exactly how he feels about everything. The recovery is going to be phenomenal. Obviously, we never saw him with the trainer out on the foot. That was great news. He obviously needed a move as well as he's ever moved to take care of Jannik tonight. But boy, oh boy, he is something else. The likes that we've never seen before.
Yeah, that level, like it was staggering for me that he could produce that, and that's what he does. He staggers everybody. Out of the middle of the racket for 4 straight hours.
Don't throw anything close. Don't throw anything. Just hang on to your stuff.
Well, honestly, after we all take a moment to exhale and kind of digest what we've seen from a visual point of view, here are the numbers. Obviously the big one, the massive one with the break points, you know, won. I mean, I honestly feel as though most of those were saved.
Yeah,
I really do.
Well, it came down to his serving on those break points to a large degree. I mean,
13 out of 18 first serves made. Incredible.
Yeah. Down the middle, I don't think I've ever seen him serve so accurately down the middle to the second court, and on all of the big points. You know, even if Jannik knew they were going there, he was hitting the line. So he deserved it. He went out and won it. Jannik was extraordinary himself. Just didn't make the break points. And on a night where, as Australian players, we honoured Fred Stolle, as Wally mentioned. We miss Fred, and he played his part in history, and that was a great quote. The most important points are the break points. If you can win those, you will win matches. And tonight, Jannik didn't win enough, but Novak saved them.
talk a lot about rivals making you better. It usually works. The kind of the older rivals are the ones that are making the younger ones better. Well, no doubt Novak has done that for Carlos and Jannik, but on the same thread, it has been Alcaraz and Sinner that's made Djokovic at this stage of his career, right at the back end of it, become an even better player.
Well said. Yeah. And I think he deserves for someone else to actually carry the bag in tonight. He'll be exhausted, but he is a master at recuperating. That was something else.
Beyond what everyone thought was possible. One thing to get yourself competitive, and another thing to actually take yourself from that place to be a contender on Championship Sunday here in Melbourne. It honestly felt like a moonshot, but he is somebody that has redefined this sport. He has not just played it, as you can see, the Norman Brooks Trophy just spinning around there. He has changed it. He has changed everything that we thought was possible, and in doing so, he has done it in arguably the hardest generation of all time when you look at the statistics and achievements of his great rivals.
Great point.
This was not an era where people were finding themselves. They had already been found.
Great to have Wally out there watching. Thank you, mate.
Quite enjoyable, to be honest. Amazing.
And we come back to do it again on Sunday. Carlos and Novak. It's been their day, it's been their show. It's been an absolute pleasure to be alongside Fitzy and Wally, and it will be a pleasure to have your company as we go through the weekend here in Melbourne. What a sport. Welcome to the Rod Laver Arena, and welcome to the second instalment of what promises to be a pretty historic day here in Melbourne.
From Italy, Jannik Sinner, and his opponent from Serbia, Novak Djokovic.
So Sinner's first step is extraordinary. Well, that's more like... It's brilliant. Stop. Yeah. He liked that.
Absolutely majestic. That's some elite tennis from Sinner in that service game. Untouchable at the moment, 6-3.
6, yep.
It's finding some space. Wow.
New balls, please.
3 successive perfect darts. 5-2. The greatest of all time producing one of the great shots of all time to take the second set. Sinner read that so early.
Well, he telegraphed it.
Here, is it like a spasm? Is it a rib? A breathing issue?
He's made it. Can you believe it?
And third set. Sinner.
Sinner scrambles. And he was willing to change.
6-game football.
Novak has a great ability to make you uncomfortable. Well, proved to be the case, hasn't it?
Holy smoke.
Cain and fourth set. Djokovic.
Two incredible champions,
6 games to 4.
two incredible semi-finals.
Magnificent.
Set a match, Djokovic. 3-6 to 2. 3-6. 6-3, 4-6, 6-4, 6-4.
Djokovic dethrones Sinner, and the King of Melbourne is back in the final.